Alright everybody, welcome back to my channel. My name is Enigma. I am a variety streamer, Twitch, Twitter, Kick, Rumble, and YouTube. Definitely hope you're having a great day today. Happy Monday to you. Hope you had a great weekend. We're doing our Monday afternoon stream. So this is going to be this afternoon stream. We are running around and trying to see if there's any extra stuff that we've missed. I'll probably look up a guide online as well just to see what's around. I tend to be that kind of guy. I think we cleaned this place out as well, so let's go ahead and move on to around here.
Hey.
No. There we go. Bum ba-dum 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 ba-dum. But on the way in, guys, go ahead and hit that follow button. Twitch, Twitter, Kick, Rumble. Subscription on YouTube. It'd be great to help me out there. Help me grow. If you're on Rumble, if you're on YouTube, smash that like button. Letting people know that I'm here would also really help. I want to grow. I want to get bigger. I want to get better. And the only way I'm going to get better is to get bigger. I need to get bigger so I can improve and become a better creator for you guys. That's what I'm trying to do. Got you there. I'm here Monday through Friday, usually. Streaming for you guys 7 hours a day. And on certain wonderful days, I get to do a little more. When Desi's out of town, I'll do that. My girlfriend Desi, when she's out of town, I will come on back and do nighttime streams. In fact, there's going to be a one coming up here next week. I'm trying to remember what day it is. And we are trying to max out Sir Mervin's jobs, so that's another reason that we're doing what we're doing here. And while we're doing it, we're getting levels up as well. Level up for Aisha. Go. She's next. Oop, wrong. We're just looking for treasure chests. There's one we've opened. one here, so. Yeah, we're building up all of our characters. Ow. I knew she was leveling up here pretty soon. And Mervin's proficiency has gotten up there too. He's still working on finishing off Monster Rancher, Monster Master, or whatever it is. And then we'll move him on. He's doing Champion right now, and then we'll take him into Druid. He's almost got... He's on the last 4 jobs, so... Oh, wait. Okay. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Hi, Susie. Okay, 559. Ooh, there's a glowy spot over there I had not seen yet. Let's grab that. A Shelmet. Yeah, it's been unseasonably warm here this weekend, and I am not complaining. I don't know about anybody else, but it's we've been in the 60s in February in Chicago, which never happens in February. Okay, so he's maxed out Monster Hunter or Rancher or whatever it is. Monster Master. And he's got 4 stars on Champion. Champion. Oh, crap. I don't know what that means.
A splendid display.
Well, that's usually what we do at work. We do a lot. Looking to see if there's any chests around here we've not opened yet. I don't think there is, but yeah, there's nothing here. No. I see. I'm just here. Mervin's gonna level soon, so we'll rough. Yeah, we are motoring right along here through this. See, 1,000 a pop, you know, we're really building up experience levels here. Ow. No, he ran away. Oh, can't do anything here, can we? Oh, maybe we can. Let's see. Pardon me. We'll take that heal. Why not? Ba-da-da. Down they go. Taking them out. Bang, bang. Leveled up Druid. I don't know where King Scuba is, but we'll figure it out. That actually is quite nice. I don't think there's anything here with the key, but we're gonna look. Bum 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 bum. I know, big waste. Oh.
Ready.
Block it. Jesus. That's gonna be a big hit. Yep.
All in a day's work.
Hello, why is this live? Thanks for coming in. skills. Let's do the Giga Slash. That'll work. One more. Cool. Boy, they crit hard. Oh, crap. Actually, I didn't mean to do that, but doesn't matter.
Excellent. Hey,
Yeah, I figured that's what you meant. If you're on call and you get a call from work. I can fight that if I want to. Is there something? Oh, okay. Hey, I'll take it. He rushed us and didn't try to run away. Rudolph is pissed. Jesus.
we did it.
Gonna level up here again soon, see? We've handled the grind really, really well, I have to say. I know we took some time last week to hang around one spot that wasn't particularly exciting. But from maxing out all those jobs the way that we did, as early as we did, we really separated ourselves from a lot of the rest of the game as far as leveling up goes.
I feel great.
Good, because I was waiting for that. Hello there. Thanks for coming in. I didn't mean to do that. Didn't think so. No big deal. Still looking for treasure chests and such. Nothing here. Oh, this is the one with the raft. Nothing here. No treasure at all. And I kind of feel like we've missed a bunch. Nothing there. Pretty positive we opened up these chests already. This chest over here already, but let's go look just to be safe. Yep, we did. Okay. Nope, nothing there either. Enigma levels up. Cracker whack. Nice crit. That's a crit, yeah. You can always tell because he really wound up there. Yeah, it's pretty nice outside. Probably, I know yesterday I took some time. One thing I love to do, I know I've discussed this before, one of the things I love to do is walk down to the river and spend time down there. Now when it's summertime, I go down there and take off my shoes and put my feet in the water, and it's just really, really nice. Today I couldn't do. Yesterday I went down to the river. It was still too cold. I couldn't put my feet in the water, but I really enjoyed going down there and sitting on a bench and just relaxing, you know, and unwinding. That's 98, 75. She's about to level. See, we're just... Because these monsters are worth so much, we are able to, you know, we're leveling at a pretty good pace. Shit. My fault.
We did it.
Waste of magic points to do that.
You do not stand a chance. Easy peasy.
Down they go.
Knew I had it in me.
Eventually, you did have it in you. We're getting all this wonderful XP, and we're getting all these wonderful vocational points for Sir Mervyn there. Wow. Kind of shocked. There we go.
Excellent.
Yep. Now we'll go up here. I don't know if there's any chests around here or not. We're gonna look. Pardon me. What was that? Doesn't look like there's anything up here. Oh, I did that. My fault. Okay, nothing here. There we go. Just kind of, you look at some names and I'm all for freedom of speech, but I'm also for freedom of my speech. Alright, so we have nothing here.
You do not stand a chance. We did it.
Level 6 on champion. That puts him 2 stars away from maxing out that job. Enemies defeated. I think that's the tower we were in earlier to get Sir Mervyn. That is a golem. Let's see how this turns out. Nasty surprises appear. Okay, well. The blade of ultimate power. Ow. Just a little scratch like that, did it? Okay, well.
We did it.
So anyway, I've been playing a lot of Dragon Quest lately. We've all have seen that. Okay, so we're gonna look around. I know that we've been here. This is where we got Sir Mervyn. But I don't know if we have. I don't think there's any chests here that we've not opened, but we're gonna look. 'Cause I said so. And I... Oh, God, okay. I'm almost positive there's no chests in here. I think we've been here. Nope, because that's a vicious one up there. All right, let's see. Nope. Giga Slash.
You do not stand a chance.
Oh, is that what he does?
You do not stand a chance.
Hey there, Grizzled. Yeah, it looks like an evil Orco, doesn't it? Damn.
My thanks.
Wow, he's got... He's supposed to be dead. There we go.
We did it.
It's like, when are we gonna kill him? Level up for her. See, he's about to level up now. And she's getting closer too. Of course, knowing me, most of the chests I'm looking for might be in the past. Okay. We did it to it. Nothing here. Nothing. Okay. Hi, Whisk. See, we are just motoring right along with the levels up. We're not even trying. Go. Valentine's Day. I hope everyone had a good Valentine's Day. Desi and I, I made shrimp risotto for her. And then we just sat here and watched TV and enjoyed each other's company, which is what we do. We really enjoy each other's company. Didn't have to go anywhere, didn't have to do anything crazy, go nuts. We just kind of hung out at home. Nothing here. Those are the best ones sometimes. This is a nice time, and like I said, the weather's been great. When I'm done streaming today, I think I might walk down by the river again. We'll see, depends on the sunlight situation. Still gotta fight the gold golems, huh?
Ready.
I was in chat because someone was on Rumble has a really offensive name. I didn't really read or notice it at first. And then when I saw what it was, I'd been there for like 10 minutes. I was like, I gotta get that off of there. So I scrolled the chat off so it won't show up on the window anymore. Yeah, I'm not usually one who you know, I'm all for freedom of speech and all that and everything. I really am, but the last thing I want is people having really offensive names in my chat, which is exactly why he has the name, by the way. It's not because he's some sort of, you know, critical thinker or anything. At least from what I can tell, that's when most people do stuff like that. Extra break, stand longer. They got you're straightening people out though, right? That's why. They're like, Alucard's gotta be here so he can set these managers straight. Yeah, if you want it, get that fat Amazon money. That's what I say.
Sure.
Oh, it happens, Alucard. No one can be around 24/7. I understand that. As cool as it would be to have a whole bunch of people that would help me become Twitch partner. Things happen the way they happen sometimes, and you just gotta go with it. 1.5 hours. Huh. Look what else I got today, Alucard. Ooh. Came in today. Not really sure how it's going to work because I don't see any batteries for it, but I'll figure it out later. Nope, wrong. Yes, I got it. Yeah, it looks, I had one, I don't know what happened to it. I had one years ago. What are we doing here? Let's see.
You do not stand a chance. Blasted.
Amazing that he's the one that's... Ooh, and he whipped. Damn.
We did it.
Jaws of all things? I mean... Did I hit a time capsule or something and wake up at a time period where Jaws is apparently a sought-after game from the NES? It's not that good. In fact, I would say it's a lazy game, quite frankly. You get a property like Jaws and you do that. I mean, it's just... It doesn't sound like they are. I have a feeling if people were buying it, they wouldn't be pushing it that hard. I guess out of all the movie properties they could have gotten, or technically a novel, Jaws was a novel before it was a movie, but all the that they could have done, Jaws is not great. Oh, that just happened to you, Grizzled? Because that's happened to me quite a bit. Anytime you call the cable company for tech support. Yeah, they're reading off of a list. When I worked for Sam Goody for a year, that's when Sam Goody was owned by an insurance company. Yeah, that's even worse. Was owned by Best Buy. Sam Goody used to be a multimedia store that was primarily in mall locations across the United States. For those who don't know, they were part of the Musicland group. Musicland, Sam Goody, On Cue, Media Play, and Suncoast. So what had happened was, Alucard probably knows this as well, when DVDs were hitting, when the DVD boom was happening, basically, guys, what happened was we had VHS, and everybody tried to dethrone VHS with different formats throughout the 90s, and nobody could. There was nothing that was dethroning VHS. People just kept going back to VHS until DVD. So when DVD came out in the late 90s, the DVD boom started, where everyone was upgrading their VHS copies to DVD. So you would have, there was a big push on classic films being released on DVD. And Suncoast was in the mall, and they had the best selection of movies you could get anywhere. They were better. They had more movies in Walmart. They had more movies in Best Buy. They were also really good at anime. They were, they had a lot of import stuff, anime, not import, but they had a lot of anime. They had a lot of foreign films, things like that. Suncoast was making money hand over frickin' fist due to how much product that they had and the rareness of the product that they had. So Best Buy notices that Suncoast is printing money, and they want to buy Suncoast. Well, the guy who was the head of the Musicland group said, yeah, no, if you're going to buy Suncoast, you're going to buy everything. So you're going to buy On Cue, Media Play, Sam Goody, and Musicland as well, which Best Buy did not want to do, but they relented and did end up purchasing all of it. So when I worked for Sam Goody, we were owned by Best Buy. And Best Buy used to give out these things called Get It Guides. And they understood that not everybody is an expert on everything. So what they would do is they would have these little 2 to 4 page pamphlets they would hand out. And you would read those, and you would, after you read those, you were considered an expert in that field. It sounds insane because it is, but that's what Best Buy thought, is that they were they would have the ability to teach people how to sell video games and anime and different things just by reading these guides. And I can tell you flat out, as someone who considers himself an expert in video games, you're never going to learn, you're not going to learn everything about video games with a 2 to 4 page handout, and you're not, I'm 50 years old, I worked 15 years in the industry, and I can tell you I'm an expert, it's not something that you, it's exactly what I'm trying to say, is that it's not something that you're going to sit there and read a pamphlet and automatically, oh, I'm an expert now. No, that's not how it works. And so I remember after I left Sam Goody, I went to Best Buy, and I don't know if there's any of them around anymore. The Suncoast, Sam Goodies are gone, Musiclands are gone. The Musiclands are completely gone. Suncoast might be alive and well in some places, but once Star Wars came out on DVD, that kind of that ended the DVD boom, and Suncoast kind of came back down to earth as far as being a company goes, as far as a retail company and a mall goes. But I was in Best Buy, and I used to go, and every Tuesday used to be the day that everything came out. That was the new media day. I would go up to Best Buy, and I would buy anime. I was big into anime at the time, so I'd go up there and start buying anime. So I'm at not Suncoast, I'm at Best Buy. I apologize. I went to Best Buy, and I was looking at the anime at Best Buy. And this kid walks up, and he's got one of these Get It guides in his hands. And I'm going, this is not going to end well for this kid. Because I've shat more... oh, good. I've shat more information about anime than that guy probably ever knew. And I'm not saying it to make fun of him. I'm saying it because it's the gospel. You know, it's truth. So this kid walks up, and I'm looking at the anime, and he's reading directly from the Get It guide to try to help me. And again, I'm not mad at the kid. The kid's doing his job. He's doing what his managers told him to do. And I just ended up kind of, you know, patting the kid on the back and saying, look, kid, I know more about this than you do. Nothing personal. If I'm questioned, I'll say you did a great job, but just go help somebody who actually needs it, because I don't need your help. And I'm not saying that to be mean. And he's like, okay, thanks. But you know, the thing is, you're not gonna be an expert by reading off of a guide. Cheeky devils. So, what Grizzled's saying, I agree with. That definitely holds water. And when you get a hold of somebody at a... Interesting. On the phone, you know, somewhere, and you can tell they're reading off of a guide. It's a pain in the ass. You know, it's one thing I will say for Walmart, Grizzle, is I worked for Walmart for 3 months, and when Hooking Club, nothing. When my time there, the first like 2 weeks you're with Walmart, you're in training, and they train you properly on everything. They give you're not even on the floor. You're in the back, and they have programs that teach you how to use cash register and all that good stuff. Just really, really well done, quite honestly. So, I mean, say what they want to say, but you know, Walmart, and believe me, Walmart has a lot to answer for when it comes to their business practices and the way they treat their people. But they train them properly. That's for damn sure. But that's just, you know, my experience. Pots! And they would teach you all the ins and the outs of things too. I can remember, this is no joke. During, now granted, we're talking about Walmart here, okay? So this is not exactly the we're not talking about the gold standard of how to treat your employees or your customers for that matter. But I was ooh, crap. They train you there that, you know, during back to school. See, Walmart's one of those companies that has a lot of peak times. Okay, we all know about there being peak times in, you know, during the holidays and things like that, and that does exist. But there are peak times as well during other seasons. You know, like Halloween is a big deal at Walmart and things like that. Well, back to school is another big time thing with Walmart. Especially now, where you can just basically send the list to Walmart and they'll pick it up for you. I never had a list, for the record. I don't know when the lists started. I think it was with my brother. But I never had a list of get 3 boxes of Kleenex and 3 rolls of paper towels, and yeah, I never had any of that. But during back to school, scheisse, at Walmart, they would tell you that if someone brought you a pencil box, that you were supposed to open it and check to make sure there was nothing else in there, and there always was something else in there. And the you know, the redneck parents I was seeing, they would go and take you just made the list. They would put in the most expensive pens they could find in that box, expecting me not to open that box. So I would get people where they would get upset because they were like, well, I'm not paying for those pens. So, all right, cool, we'll take them off. But they put them in there themselves. They know they put them in there themselves. I know they put them in there. Yeah, it was already in there. And you have to do the same thing with backpacks. You'd have to do the same thing with a lot of things. Mustafa. That's funny. Yeah, they stash things in backpacks, pencil boxes, all sorts of stuff. Hell, we had a guy come in and he had on a cowboy hat, and he went. Walmart used to sell cowboy hats. I don't know if they still do. But he went over to the hat section and just swapped his hat. He took the hat he was wearing off, stuck it back on the shelf, and picked up another hat and put it on, like, and was gonna walk out like he had bought, like it was his hat. And I'll tell you this: every inch of every Walmart is completely under surveillance. You are on camera the very second you actually park in their parking lot till the time you get back in your car and you leave. You are on camera the entire time. So they'll have you dead to rights. Every time they'll have you dead to rights. A lot of things are, yeah. Hell, I could tell you, I don't know why this is. If maybe we have a pharmacist around that knows the answer to this question, perhaps, I don't know. But apparently Imodium is now behind the counter in a lot of places. Imodium! Imodium is for those who don't know, is a fairly, it's an over-the-counter kind of medication. What it does is it basically, if you have diarrhea or something like that, it'll basically slow down your digestive tract for a couple of hours, so you can get your body can get caught back up. I don't know. A lot of things I order online.
All in a day's work.
But it really depends on what you're looking at. There are certain things that I have that I get that I would not trust to get online. All right. Rocky and Bullwinkle. Hey, Rocky! Why'd you pull the rabbit out of my head? There we go.
Sure.
Oh.
So they went down there? Okay. Haven't seen any Yggdrasil yet, have we? Huh. Gold pedestal, I'm still missing a lot. Pardon me. Yeah, that was, I didn't work for Walmart for very long. As I said, Walmart has the, distinct, I guess, honor, I guess is the best way to put it, is because they sell everything. Their talent pool is basically endless. As long as there's people looking for work, Walmart's going to have work for people. That's just how it is. Like Amazon. Amazon's the same way. Actually, Amazon's probably more of a task-based thing because they're all warehouses. But Wally World definitely was because they have such a large, base of things, that they have people that can fill all those slots. Now, when I worked there, they tried to hold positions that places you wanted to work over your head. They would do that shit, and I hated it because they would put people. I wanted to work in electronics, obviously, because I was into gaming and movies and all that. That would have been the best place for me to help out the company, but they didn't look at it that way. They looked at it from the sense of that I needed to earn my way there, instead of me saying, I know more about your electronics department than anybody here on staff. So it would behoove you to put me in your electronics department, but the management staff at that Walmart I worked at was not the best. I've told the story on stream before about how I ended up leaving their employment. But they do treat their employees like cattle. So they will definitely make you feel like that you... I saw that. They'll make you feel like that you're the one, that you were less than a human being to them. Just like anywhere else, Grizzled, a lot of it has to do with where you are and who you're working for, and not just Walmart. Management is just like anything else. There's going to be a lot of people that are just mediocre at it, and there's very few people that are actually really good at it. And if you work for the right manager, I don't care which company you're in, you work with the right people, you will learn, and you will do really well. You'll become better at the job. But Walmart, sadly, doesn't really prescribe to that very often. Instead, they put people in charge who basically kiss the most ass. Sorry if I'm offending anybody to say that, but retail is infamous for that kind of mentality. Yeah, there's very few. Very few. There's a lot of, let me put it like this. There's a lot of managers out there, okay? You can find a manager. You can walk into any store right now and find a manager. Finding managers is not hard. Finding leaders is difficult. Well, some of them don't have degrees. A lot of them just kiss. Yeah. Grizzle, the people when I worked specifically for GameStop, and Walmart was this way as well. The people who got promoted, the people who moved up, were the ones who kissed all the ass they possibly could, and just did not brown-nosed every day, did what they had to do to move ahead, and to hell with everybody else. But finding leaders who actually develop talent under them to have a deeper bench is few and far between. You just don't find a lot of that. Instead, what you have are a bunch of unqualified people who were put in positions by managers who were untalented themselves. What am I doing? But you'll have people that are like I said, untalented managers who are there who weren't trained properly themselves. It's a vicious cycle. Like I said, finding a leader in retail is exceedingly difficult because they tend to command higher wages. And they also tend to recognize when they've reached their limit, when they've reached their ceiling, where they're going to go. Yeah. But yeah, you'll see they will have people who are good managers will who are talented leaders. They will realize when they have the first thing about them is that they tend to be good leaders tend not to buy into bullshit. And something that retail loves is creating bullshit. Great example of that is when I started working for GameStop. We had a employee discount of, I think it was 20%. Pretty sure it was 20%. So, you know, $50 game, you get $10 off, basically, for working at GameStop. That's your employee discount. Well, during my time there, they also decided to, and we had the old dolly wheel printers. The dot matrix dolly wheel printers when I first got there. They decided 5 years into my time there, they were going to put laser printers in all the stores. But in order for them to be able to afford to do that, Daylight remembers, they needed to lower the employee discount. So we had an employee discount of 20%, and then they lowered it to I think 10%. Daylight might know. But might remember better than I do, but I know they lowered the employee discount. It was 15. Okay, not 15. Daylight's probably correct. And they're trying, and they tell us on the phone to have a meeting with our staff and sell the lowering of their discount as a positive thing. They were like, you need to tell your staff this is great that that they're getting a less of an employee discount. And I'm going, how the hell am I supposed to sell that to anybody? And of course, I don't want to say I'm the world's best leader, but at the same time, I told my employees the truth. I said, hey, they're upgrading our printer to a laser printer. Here's the bad news. The bad news is, as they say, in order to be able to afford it, which is bullshit, was bullshit, by the way, is to it was we say this is, I don't agree with this. This sucks that we're getting less of an employee discount, less of a reason to work there. Quite frankly, is all it is. So you tell your employees the truth. You tell them the truth. That's what you do. That's what a leader does. You tell your employees the truth. You'll get a hell of a lot more respect out of your talent if they know you're not bullshitting them.
I feel great.
Yeah. But I'm dead serious when I say that's exactly what they did. They tried to make us sell the employee discount to our employees like it was the best thing since sliced bread, even though we all knew it wasn't. But that's what a leader does, doesn't screw around and respects his employees or her employees enough to know that you're not going to be able to sugarcoat a turd. Yeah, I mean, but you know as well as I do, Daylight, the big problem GameStop had was they were, has to this day, this is, you want why they aren't making any money? This is it, right here.
Excellent.
Specialty retail. GameStop is specialty retail. Anytime you have a specialty retail store, you have to recruit your talent directly from your customer base. So GameStop was directly recruiting talent from their customers. Well, do you think that talent's going to, once they realize how they're underpaid and overworked, or underworked a lot of the time? I don't know where our closest one is anymore. Maybe the one at Fox Valley Mall, about a half hour from here. 40 minutes. I haven't even looked for one. But you have employees that you get from your customer base. Well, once the employees come in and see how the sausage is made and see that they're getting the shaft, are they going to continue shopping there when they leave? No, of course not. There are people that we get to rather have their nuts pulled apart by wild horses than go back into a GameStop store. But that's the kind of shit that they figured that they were going to get away with, because they thought, oh, we're Walmart. No, you're not. You're not Walmart. That's about right, Daylight. Not to mention your staff, your part-time staff would be lucky to get more than 3 hours a week on the schedule because they cut payroll everywhere. So you'd have an employee working 3 hours a week, and you'd be asking them to get, you know, subs and reservations, and they're like, "Well, what am I? You know, I'm doing my best," but you can't. You know, yeah, you do your best, but you're supposed to hold them accountable when they might only check out in that 3 hours. They might only check out 5 people. You know. Well, look at them now. They've closed so many stores. When I left there in 2012, I knew that their days were numbered. Just simply because I could see the writing on the wall. They could not. They still probably don't see the writing on the wall. But the thing is that the truth is, Daylight, the people who turned that company into the shit show that it is now have all left. They're all gone. All that middle management.
We did it.
Yeah. But not everybody can do that. They're trying to get you to get... Yeah. You're a very talented salesperson. You're a very talented salesman. You like to talk and to people. But all the people that were there. Christine was nice to meet too. I love Christine. I haven't talked to her in years. But all that middle management that was there that ruined the company has moved on. They're like the rats off the Titanic. They left. They ruined the company, and then they left. Oh God, the company's failing now. Yeah, gee, I wonder why.
Ready.
But y'all trust me on that one. That's the whole thing, is that you can't just treat your employees like shit and expect them to still. It's the whole thing with entertainment right now, where they'll make this Star Wars film, this Mandalorian film that they're making, the Mandalorian and Grogu. They're gonna sit there and tell you that Star Wars has moved on from you. It's not your movie anymore, franchise anymore. You need to move on. You know, deal with it. And you'll go, okay, fine. And then they'll go, but you still owe us money because we still want you to go see the movie. And you're like, why the hell would I go see your stupid frickin' movie? You just told me that it wasn't my franchise anymore. And that's how GameStop looked at gaming sales. Was they thought they put it that gaming sales were their thing. I was in on several meetings that they didn't want Target selling used games. They didn't want Walmart taking in trade-ins. They were very pissed off about all that. But they'll sit there and tell you that you know, that they're offer the best of this, the best of that. Then the employees leave, and then GameStop's like, well, why are we losing all this money? Why aren't people buying their shit from us anymore? That's because the hardest core of the hardcore of your customer base is where you got your ex-employees from, that you proceeded to shit on every opportunity you could. So they left, and aren't coming back. But that's what it is, you know. That's where the majority of the problem is with GameStop, is that they pissed off their the best of their customers because they hired them. And then, oh yeah, they managed to piss off all their marketing partners as well because of their used game policy.
You do not stand a chance. Right.
Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Oh well.
Excellent.
Back in the day, though, geez. But yeah, that's the big deal with them. But yeah, it's, you can't just act like you know, you think you're Walmart and you're not.
You do not stand a chance. Excellent.
Hey, I know I was the most loyal customer of my store. They never recovered after I left, quite honestly. My store was DOA after I left. They didn't last long.
You do not stand a chance. Easy peasy.
I remember when I left. I was on my way out, and I went up to the register, and I said, I went to a little dipshit that worked there for me that I was forced to take on. Little bastard. Because I wanted to count against him, and I canceled every reservation I had. I canceled like 20 reservations. It's like, sorry, Chief. You're never going to see a dollar of my money again. Okay.
Here I come.
Got it.
A splendid display.
Yes. Show did turn him into a salad. Shit. It was a waste. Oh well.
Excellent.
A King Metal Slime. Let's see how this turns out. It's gonna try with him running away. Shit. I do it all the time.
Easy peasy.
It is indeed good to be the king. It's good to be the king. Da 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 da. Funny thing is, I really don't feel bad for GameStop either. They did what they did to themselves. And I know that they're kind of a victim of dealing with reputation that's come before them right now, but I think there's a reason why they've been going through CEOs like air, you know, why people don't stay there for very long. They show up, they realize digital has hurt. They're doing a Viva Pinata Pokemon game? Viva Pinata was a really good idea, but I think they thought it was going to be more popular than it really was.
Hey.
I don't know about anybody else, but I mean that's they had their I mean, Viva Pinata, they had a TV show announced for that before the game came out. Yeah, it was a good idea, and you know, it was Rare was still Rare at that point because Rare made that game, I believe. They were gearing up for it to be like Pokemon, and it wasn't. They thought they were going to have that they had basically struck gold with this idea. Game Freak's not doing it? Wow. Then who's doing it? There's a lot of people out there who think the biggest problem with Pokemon right now is the fact that Game Freak is rested on their laurels, that they have basically kind of they've got their stuff. You know, they know what they're going to sell, and they don't feel like they have to evolve any. Okay. I'm not a big Pokemon aficionado, but I do know I do know Pokemon aficionados who say that the big problem with Pokemon is Game Freak, that they've not had to evolve, that they've been basically kind of releasing the bare minimum of what they have to. And that's what made the Pal World thing so intriguing, is because Pal World was people taking Pokemon and going, oh, hey, we can do something with that. And Nintendo trying to come in and not get it. And not evolve any. And not make it evolve any. They can just keep releasing...
Hold on.
The Pokemon game's got a dark story? That's interesting. Go back again to the past. Gotta go back to the past. But every time they do it, the Power World thing is what's really interesting, because of the way that they basically try to retroactively with the lawsuit, they tried to retroactively activate a patent on something that, if they had made the patent 30 years ago, they probably would have had some legs to stand on. But because they didn't patent it, and because until now, and because there's so much there's so many other capture monster games in the space that they can't do anything about, that they haven't taken any action for. Yeah, that's what I heard. Is it's very good.
Ah.
Nintendo has had some a lot of what Nintendo's done over the years, they've gotten away with a lot just because of the connections that they have had with their customer base. They're Mario fans, they're Zelda fans, they're Pokemon fans. They've been very smart. Well, it's been, and I shouldn't say very smart, but the fans will be there for their fans. Will line up for them. There's nothing more like, holy crap, loyal than the Nintendo fans. The Nintendo fans line up and show up and will defend the absolute worst. Yeah, throughout the years, Nintendo's had a lot of weird business practices. Now, some of them, when you scratch the surface, they make sense. The reason why they limited the amount of games people could publish on their system per year is because they were trying to avoid what happened with Atari. A lot of the original Nintendo business practices with the NES happened the way that they happened because of that. They did not want to repeat the Atari 2600 cratering of the video game industry. And as we've said before, Nintendo is not is a game company, but they're really a fly-by-night toy company. So they were just trying to make as much money as they could while they thought that they were going to have the the gaming thing on lock, and they figured it would be a fad and it would be gone, and then they would move on to the next thing. That's what Nintendo did for 100 years. Yeah, well, it's true, and they held on to that. They did it because, again, they did not want a repeat of the Atari 2600. A lot of their early business practices, as draconian and as terrible as they were because they did not want a repeat of the Atari. They looked at the Atari, they studied the Atari. I mean, hell, they couldn't even get the damn thing in stores until they tried to market it as a toy instead of as a video game console. Yeah, I'm not saying that what they did was everything they did was great. Absolutely not. But their practices, they took that way for a reason.
Okay, so
They wanted us to kill the pet.
Really? Ah.
I was watching someone talk about Nintendo a couple of months ago, and they used the phrase, and I love this phrase, weaponized nostalgia. I actually love that phrase. I wish I would have come up with it. Yes, they are. They're very, very good at it. Yeah, she's not done very well. The new president of Nintendo is not doing very well, is she? Reggie's a nice guy. Here's the thing about Nintendo. They're going to have their up-and-coming period where they're going to have to relearn how to do things because Miyamoto's not getting any younger, okay? So, when Miyamoto retires or whatever, they're going to have to learn to do a lot of stuff over again. But that's Nintendo. That's and the thing that they're gonna have that up and come that they're gonna have that that come to Jesus meeting where they realize that they're gonna have to do things on their own now, and they're not gonna have Miyamoto there to keep the ship right. Although I've also heard that over the last 10 years or so, Miyamoto it's actually more of a shit stirrer than he is a creator these days. But you know, whatever. I didn't think Donkey Kong was that good. The Worm of Woe. No, I didn't. I got bored with it. But I should sit down and give it another shot, because I didn't play it for very long. Yeah, I liked breaking the terrain too, but it kind of, after a while, I kind of felt like... They need better ideas. They do need new ideas, but they're, as long as people continue to line up in droves for Zelda and Mario... and Pokemon, they're not going to have to change a damn thing. They know. I guarantee you we're going to hear about a new Mario coming out this year. I guarantee it. They'll have a State of Play coming up, or a Treehouse coming up in June or something. And here it comes. Zelda sucked. I'm sorry. I know there's people who love Breath of the Wild and love Tears of the Kingdom. I am not one of those people. And wait a minute, Daylight, you got on to me for saying I didn't like those, and now you don't like them either?
A splendid display.
You told me that I was an old fuddy-duddy for... You were telling me I was wrong. They'll have, you know, I mean, again, they have Nintendo has a built-in fan base that will be there till the very end for them.
Blade of ultimate power.
But they'll continue to charge you top dollar for shit they released decades ago. And it's like we were talking about the other day. You're right. You're right, Grizzle, but I don't know if they have the cojones to do that. People will still show up for Mario, Zelda, and Pokemon. I'm sorry, it's just how it is. Now, time to head home. Drive it like you stole it, Alucard. I would
Right.
You said it was going to rain all week there. Yes, Nintendo's lucky that they have what they have, is what I'm saying. Very lucky. Because they could have very well ended up like Sega.
Excellent.
It's not raining men. You gonna say hallelujah there, Alucard? But that's what Nintendo does, is that they will continue to cash in on everything that they've already made. They will make new games, but that doesn't mean they're going to be as good as the classics. In fact, a lot of the time they're not. Mario Wonder was fun. I actually liked Mario Wonder. And I had fun with the Princess Peach Showtime game. That actually was pretty fun, too. I realized about an hour into the game that it was made for little girls, but I still enjoyed it. Last one. Hated it. No, I agree. It's, people have fun. It's the way it's supposed to be. I'm not the one that gets on to people for liking stuff. They can like stuff all they want to. All I'm saying is that I don't particularly care for the way that Nintendo has been acting. I guess is the best way. Is that it's been more apparent. It's been much more apparent in the last probably decade how Nintendo basically acts like they do not care about their customer base, about their fans, because their fans are like masochists. They continue to show up.
Excellent.
Good. I'll help finish it. No doubt in my mind he'll finish it.
Blade of ultimate power.
Yeah, Robert, we've all passed away. Doesn't that suck? But 95, good. I mean, he lived a pretty long life. 95. Oh, he passed away. That's because Sonic was never an arcade machine. I don't get why they would show that and why that would be a thing. There are go back to Capcom and get Aliens versus Predator on a frickin' stand up. Come on, we need that. That's the kind of stuff we need. Wait, they're... I didn't look to see what they were including with that. They're only putting certain Sonic games on it? That doesn't seem like it makes much sense. Pardon me. No Sonic and Knuckles? What the hell are they thinking? Sonic and Knuckles was a revolutionary game. For those who are not in the know, they did Sonic 1, Sonic 2, and Sonic 3, and then they did Sonic and Knuckles. And the cool thing about Sonic and Knuckles was it was a lock-on cartridge. It was a cartridge that I still have mine, where you can put Sonic 2 or Sonic 3 on top of the cartridge, lock it on, and put that into the Genesis. And then you could play as Knuckles in Sonic 2 and Sonic 3, which was really, really cool. Very, very cool stuff that they did with that. But it's weird to me that they... would not put it on the arcade thing. That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, it is weird, because there's no Sonic arcade games. There was never a Sonic arcade game that I'm aware of. It was specifically made to combat Mario. That was the whole premise behind Mr. Needle Mouse or whatever. It's... I just I don't get the reasoning. I don't get the big deal. I don't get it. And you know, call me crazy, but but you've got Blue Speed Mouse. You don't have I mean, you've got the Sonic fan base is pretty rabid. In fact, I would say the Sonic fan base is probably behind Nintendo fans. The Sonic fans are probably the most rabid. And I mean like Nintendo fans as in Nintendo the company, not Nintendo games necessarily. I'm not saying like the Mario or Pokemon fans are worse. I'm saying just the people who will defend Nintendo to the hilt are probably the worst. But Sonic is probably a pretty close second. It's true. But Sega was looking for the IP to basically kind of take on Mario, because Sega didn't have a mascot, so to speak. They didn't have that that kids-friendly mascot kind of game the way that Nintendo had. Nintendo always had Mario to fall back on. Anytime they needed to, you know, make some money, they're gonna go see Mario. You know, we're gonna release a new Mario game. Yeah, absolutely is. But he was made. He was created to combat, to take on Mario. Yeah, Sonic games were good. They were really good. Outer! Welcome back, Outer. How you doing? Sega just basically kind of fell into the fact they were trying to keep up with Nintendo instead of blazing their own path. And their path was it was the exact opposite of what Nintendo was doing. Sega thought they needed technology. What they really needed was software. They needed to properly get good software out there, and they had some good stuff. I'm not saying they didn't, but they're sitting here trying to play keeping up with the Joneses by releasing things first. 32-bit console. I am doing great, thank you. 32-bit console, all that stuff. They've got all that. But they actually. They were relying way too much on their hardware, and not as much on developing software. Locked tight. Oh, I guarantee they would have gone. That would have gone better. The 32X was interesting. Nintendo, yeah, they did stiff Sony.
Oh.
Nintendo did stiff Sony, and that was your two. Nintendo did Sony wrong. They created their own villain. It's always it's the comic book hero superhero trope. that the hero always creates they always create their biggest villain. Same thing happens here. Sony really technically looked at video games as children's entertainment, and the only person that was pushing Sony into getting involved with gaming was Kutaragi, Ken Kutaragi, and but Sony was not on board with getting involved with gaming at all. But when Nintendo basically left them at the altar after Sony showed off their Nintendo PlayStation, and Nintendo, you know, left them at the altar and went with Philips instead, what a great freaking idea that was. They really ran into the issue of the fact that they created their own villain. They created their own supervillain. Oh yeah, they left it, and it happened. It happened like within what 24 hours. Sony announces they're working with Nintendo for a CD-based add-on to the Super Nintendo, and Nintendo comes out and says, "Actually, no, that's not true. We're working with Philips." That's what got Sony in the console race. That's what got Nintendo. You know, Nintendo created their own villain, and that's what got Nintendo. That's what got them in trouble. Basically, they, you know, Sony was so motivated to curb stomp Nintendo that's exactly what happened. They curb stomped Nintendo. But they curb stomped Sega along the way. Yeah, Sony was completely blindsided by the thing. They had no idea that it was happening. Yeah, the N64 controller is an acquired taste, I think. But I agree with you, Rizzled. I think the PlayStation controller is better than the N64 controller. I don't need vocational points anymore, so this is actually... There's nothing here. Sega knew the Dreamcast was DOA. I don't blame them at all for doing what they did with the Dreamcast. They went CD based. They had a nice system with some good stuff on it, really good games. But here comes Sony with the PlayStation, and Sega went, oh shit, on a shingle. We have seen this before. We know how this is going to play out. We really don't want to get involved with this. So they didn't. They took the money and they ran. Can't say I blame them. Yeah, that's true. There's a lot of great games on the Dreamcast. The Dreamcast was a very good arcade port system. There was a ton of really good arcade ports on the Sega Dreamcast. So, yeah, this is not what I'm looking for. I still love my Dreamcast. I still got some Dreamcast games over there. MVC2 was the last gasp by Capcom to try to keep arcades alive. What they did Wait a minute. What they did with that console was actually very brilliant. Or with that game is very brilliant. It didn't work. Because people still ended up leaving the arcades anyway. But I admire what they did. I talked about it the other day. The memory card slots in the arcade machines. So you could take it home and unlock more characters and stuff on your home console versions. I think when they got to the Saturn, or when they got to the Dreamcast, I'm not entirely sure Sega even had a mission statement going forward. It just seemed like they were releasing, as great as the Dreamcast is, it just seems like they were releasing consoles because they were expected to. I think that's probably the biggest problem that Sega had, was they were Nintendo's primary competitor, and they were there basically just to say, well, we can't let Nintendo have that shit all to themselves, so they went in and did what they could to compete. But again, I don't think they really ever had a true mission statement as to what they were trying to accomplish with the Sega consoles, just because they weren't very well managed. Well, yeah, exactly, Daylight. And the truth is that there's nothing wrong with competition. Competition is what keeps any industry thriving. Iron sharpens iron. So if you're going to if Nintendo didn't have Sega, they probably wouldn't be where they are now. Because the only way Nintendo upped their game as far as development and such goes, with hardware and all that, was because they were pushed into it by Sega. If it wasn't for the Sega Genesis, there probably wouldn't have been a Super Nintendo. Yeah, so well, Sony came in and curb stomped the entire freaking industry, guys. It's what they did. Whatever happened? It's real simple what happened. There were other consoles out there that were coming into the space that did not take a lot of market share, but they took some market share away. People did buy the 3DO. People did buy the Atari Jaguar. People did buy the Neo Geo. People did buy the TurboGrafx. To a point, Daylight. You're not wrong. The problem with what you're saying, though, is, and again, this is not. This is a problem that. Okay. This is a problem with Sega of America, is they kept putting people in charge. That shouldn't have been there. The Sega Saturn, they put a guy in charge of the Sega Saturn that was the head of Mattel Toys, who did not know his ass from a hole in the ground. And what had happened was, his name I believe he's no longer with us, so I don't mean to speak ill of the dead, but Bernie Stolar. Bernie Stolar. And what had happened was, Sony came out with the PlayStation here, and Bernie Stolar was in charge. wasn't Bernie. Oh, Bernie Stolar came from Sony. Stolar wasn't there for the Genesis. That's wrong. Stolar was the one who destroyed the Saturn. That I know, and I'm pretty sure he was with. Now let's see what his Wikipedia says. Yeah, he was a founding member of Sony Computer Entertainment of America. Don't argue with me. I know what I'm talking about. He is no longer with us. He died in 2022. Doesn't say anything about Mattel. Okay. Anyway, Stolar was the guy who basically went to a lot of these game companies that wanted to release role-playing games here on the PlayStation, and told them no. And not yet, they haven't. Stolar was like, there will be no role-playing games on the PlayStation because role-playing games don't sell. Well, Sony of Japan was just signing Square Enix to a great big huge flippin' contract deal to release Final Fantasy VII worldwide on the PlayStation. And Stolar didn't fit those plans. So Stolar was let go. And Sega, doing what Sega does, decided, we need him. Let's get him. Let's get him in. You know, we got to get him. Okay, I can't get up there. All right. And Stolar goes into Sega during the Saturn time and tells everybody who within the sound of his voice that the Sega Saturn, while the Saturn is still performing well in Japan, that the Saturn was not the answer, was not the future of Sega. So Sega's got the Saturn out, trying to compete with Sony here. And Sega's, he, you know, completely pulls out the rug out from under the Sega of Japan. Sega of Japan did hamstrung Sega of America. They did fight them on a lot of things. One of the things they fought on was Kalinske. I know for a fact was the guy who wanted to put Sonic the Hedgehog as a pack-in game on the Sega Genesis. And Sega Japan fought him tooth and nail on that. They did not want... They wanted people to buy that game separately. Yeah, he wanted it packed in there. And Sega of Japan fought him tooth and nail about it and was like, no, you can't do that. People should buy this separately. And Kalinske was like, no, you need to... Nintendo's got Mario. They're going to put Mario in with their console as a pack-in game. We need to give them the best possible game right out of the box. We don't want to give them the choice to fight to get something else. We want to make sure we give them our A game right away. And that's kind of how it went. That's what happened. But it was Bernie Stolar as well who pissed off Working Designs. So for folks who don't know the story behind Working Designs is the company that brought us Lunar and Albert Odyssey and Vi and Magic Knights Ray Earth and a lot of games like that. The head of Working Designs, Mr. Victor Ireland, was real tight with Sega of Japan. And wanted to release, role-playing games on the Saturn, and Bernie Stolar once again did not like role-playing games, so he did not want to give Working Designs anything. And traditionally, Sega of America had given Working Designs booth space because Working Designs was a very small publisher, and because of the relationship that Working Designs had with Sega of Japan, they had always gotten booth space at Sega's booth at E3. Well, Stolar comes in and tells Working Designs to get bent. They're not getting any booth space at E3, so just forget it. So Victor Ireland gets pissed off, calls Sega of Japan and says, "Look what your boy is doing to me over here." And Sega Japan calls Stolar and says, "Yeah, you're going to give him booth space. They've had booth space for years." Yeah, well, I've said it before. The Saturn is the worst managed console ever. If you look at the Sega Saturn, every choice they could have made, they made the exact wrong choice. That if they would have, if they, every choice, turning left or turning right, if they would have turned right when they turned left, that would have been they would have had more success. Every choice they made with the Saturn was the wrong choice. But Ireland got booth space back from Sega of Japan at E3, and so Stolar decides, I'm going to take their I've got those. Of the Saturn? Well, we have to remember about the Saturn. The Saturn was far more competitive in Japan than it was here. Oh, I've already been here. Than it was in North America. Okay. The Saturn actually had legs. They were actually even with Sony for a long time. It wasn't until Final Fantasy and Dragon Quest in Japan hit for PlayStation before they finally overtook the Saturn. Saturn has a very good lineup of games. A very underappreciated lineup of games. Very underappreciated. What am I doing? I don't need the experience for this. And the fact that we don't have any of these Saturn games coming out now, that Sega's just sitting on Dragon Force and Burning Rangers and Panzer Dragoon and all these things, and not re-releasing them on collections here or today, is astonishing to me. Why they would do that. Sega had a lot of good games on the Saturn. There was a lot of good Saturn games. Hell, their World Series Baseball was really good on the Saturn. Better on the Genesis, but it was still good on the Saturn. Guardian Heroes is another one. Guardian Heroes. There was a lot of good stuff on the Saturn that no one had a lot of access to because very few people here own the damn thing. And every time it looked like Sega was going to make some sort of progress as far as sales go, something would happen to gum up the works. Because once again, Sega made every wrong decision. Every decision they made with the Saturn was the wrong decision. It was a dead console. When they did the shadow drop that Daylight was just talking about. The shadow drop was they gave exclusive sales rights to Toys R Us and EB Games, I believe, to carry the Saturn for the first 3 to 6 months. I can't remember if it's 3 or 6 months, but they gave them the first exclusivity. Like, the only place you could buy Saturn games and Saturn stuff was either buying it secondhand, which is where I got mine, or buying it from Toys R Us or EB Games. Clockwork Knight is really good. And Bug wasn't bad either. So the problem with that is Walmart. They didn't give Walmart anything. And at the time, you had to be in Walmart. Walmart was the world's largest retailer at that point. Virtual Boy app won't work when docked. Okay. I have yet to mess with it. Oh crap, it's 4 o'clock. I have to medicate the dog. Yeah, he's like, yeah, Dad, where's my treat? Give me 1 second to medicate Whiskey. I'll be right back. You want a treat? Let's get a treat. Come on. It's treat time for the Whisk. Got your treat. Whiskey got his treat. Come on, Whiskey. Alright, back. Sorry about that. Well, I've got my Virtual Boy headset right here, but I don't even know. Does it take batteries, or I don't know how it works yet. They gotta fix that. That's something they should fix. But, you know what? One thing Nintendo does not care about is streaming. They've made that abundantly clear. They do not care about people playing their games on stream. So, have you made a Mount Rushmore? No. Mount Rushmore video game character Sony would not have one up there. Sony has never really had a true quote-unquote mascot, okay? So, yeah, I agree with that partially. Sony does, I mean, they had Crash Bandicoot, which is now the property of Microsoft of all things. You know, Ratchet and Clank, Jack and Daxter. There's a lot of companies out there that, thought I saw something. A lot of companies out there that a lot of things that they did try to have mascots, but they never really had a real true blue mascot. The closest thing you have now is Astrobot. That's the thing, is that I'm trying to think, would I not include a Sony one? Because Sonic and Mario and Sonic are locks, the only two real locks. I would probably look at Pac-Man. And then you get to what the fourth one is, and there's going to be people who probably say Master Chief. I would put Pac-Man. I would consider Pac-Man on my Mount Rushmore. Mario and Sonic are the only two locks. I would consider Pac-Man. Pac-Man, I don't think a lot of people realize how big Pac-Man was. They haven't released a Sackboy game in years, Alucard. I wouldn't put Link up there either. Link is nowhere near in the vicinity of being on the Mount Rushmore as Mario and Sonic are. And again, Pac-Man is Pac-Man. I mean, Pac-Man was before all of them. And Pac-Man fever was a thing. Yeah, Link's worth the conversation. How about Kratos? I know we're not supposed. They're saying no Sony characters, but Kratos is about as close to to them. Donkey Kong is worth a conversation as well. I could see that. So the ones that are in consideration: Master Chief, Kratos, Link, Donkey Kong. Yeah, well, that's what I've heard. Is it's a pretty piss poor game. The closest thing Sony has to an actual mascot, Mega Man's good, actually. Alucard, that's a good one. Didn't even think of Mega Man. Yeah, I didn't even think of Mega Man. Mega Man's really that's another one high consideration for Mega Man. I'd put Mega Man there before I'd put Link, just because of the again, Mega Man's one of those characters people don't remember how popular Mega Man really was in his heyday. Cartoon shows and toy lines and all sorts of shit. Mega Man, how Capcom allowed Mega Man to kind of rot away over the last several years. I mean, they've brought out games, but nowhere near what they used to do. And Ryu's not bad either. Ryu's not bad either. Yeah, Mega Man was massive. I mean, you cannot tell people in words alone how popular Mega Man was in his heyday. Oh, you know what? Here's another one. Pikachu. I always leave out Pokemon, and it's always me. Didn't even think of Pikachu, but I would consider Pikachu's on that list. You're not wrong, Outer. The thing is that when they reinvent Mario, they always go back to the well as well and do classic Mario. You know, when they did Mario 64, they were like, "Oh, this is Mario," and so many people were really into it. But they went back and did, you know, with the Wii, New Super Mario Brothers and stuff like that. So they were smart enough to realize. They were smart enough to realize that yeah, they can do 3D Marios, but people still want fire flowers and mushrooms and hidden blocks and riding Yoshi and all that. So they still go back to that well. I just thought about Pikachu. Chocobo, possibly. Oh wait. I would, as the lower honorable mentions. As much as a big Final Fantasy fan I am, I don't know if I would even if that would be a high consideration. This line from Dragon Quest is another one. It deserves consideration, but I don't think it deserves much consideration. Cloud is the main character of the most popular of the Babe Ruth of JRPGs. Cloud deserves consideration. I would consider Cloud before the Chocobo. They are the mascots, yeah, the Chocobos and the Moogles, but no, Snake's been. If this were 15 years ago, Snake would be in the conversation, but it's not. If Snake made it, he would be under a box. That would be just a box. Just put a box on the Mount Rushmore. That would make it. And notice we're not putting any like contemporary stuff up there, like no Claptrap. Claptrap's not even in the conversation, even though there's a motion picture. Well, there's a motion picture out with him in it. The thing is that Pac-Man is still relevant. They still release Pac-Man games. And people still flock to him because it's Pac-Man. Pac-Man's name is synonymous with video game. Again, it was the first. Ryu from Ninja Gaiden, I wouldn't put him on the list. But where would we be if there was no Pac-Man, Daylight? That's the quadrillion-dollar question there you have to answer, is if there's no Pac-Man, would there be a Mario? Would there be a Donkey Kong? Would there be a a Master Chief? You know, we don't know. Would there be a Mega Man? Yeah, the Pong. No. I wouldn't put Pong on it. Put a Tetris block on it. I wouldn't put Samus on the list either. Samus, Star Fox. You know, Nintendo's got a deep bench of great characters. But I always ask myself this question whenever I'm thinking of something like this. Would my mother know? Because my mother is not a huge... She doesn't know a lot about games at all. She knows what I tell her. She knows Pac-Man, though. And she knows Mario. And she knows Sonic. She doesn't know Solid Snake. She doesn't know Cloud. She doesn't know any of that stuff. So if we're looking at popularity, we're looking at, you know... most recognizable game characters... Notice we haven't said anybody American either. No Western developed stuff at all. Okay. I'm looking for treasure chests, everybody, that we have not been able to open until now. For those who are wondering, what's Enigma doing? He's looking for treasure chests. Sorry, he's looking for treasure chests. Oh, you're not wrong, Daylight. Pong was, well, it wasn't the first game ever, but it definitely was the one that caught on first. And then we'd have to look at Space Invaders. Space Invaders was before Pac-Man. But I'm looking at like direct lineage kind of thing. Space Invaders was big. Especially in Japan. Space Invaders were very big. Yeah. Tetris block. Let's put a Tetris block up there. Doesn't matter which one. Lara Croft is interesting. Lara Croft definitely deserves consideration just because of how massively popular she used to be. Now, she's been mismanaged for the last 15 years, 20 years. First iconic. Well, now I'm going to play devil's advocate. What about Chun-Li? What about Samus Aran? I'm asking for because of you're right, but Samus was never a dude. Although there are people there now out there trying to turn her into something else. Tara Brantford's not recognizable enough. Tara Brantford's my favorite Final Fantasy character ever, but... And Tara was before Lara Croft, but she was never as popular. That's true. Didn't bother anybody though. We all still continued playing it. Chun-Li was, to me, the first female character that was a girl from the start. That we knew was a girl. She acted like a girl. Oh, yeah. I see what you're saying, Outer. But I seriously, I mean, if we're looking for the most iconic female character in a video game ever, it would probably be Lara Croft, quite honestly. I mean, who else is there? Chun-Li is definitely, she predates, and she's iconic, but Lara Croft, again, her popularity in the 90s was Poison. Well, isn't Poison really a dude? Didn't Capcom say Poison was a trans guy, a trans woman, because they didn't want a game out there where a man was beating the shit out of a woman in North America? Lara Croft, seriously, the popularity that she had in the 90s was, you want to talk about white hot. She was, and I'm not saying white hot because she's hot. I'm saying white hot just because of her. She was everywhere. Now, Square Enix and now Embracer Group are doing everything they can to remove Lara Croft from being Lara Croft, but it's not. It's people still want those, you know, want that old Tomb Raider experience. Yeah. Definitely in the conversation. Definitely one of the top of the conversation. Oh, she's missing a couple of things. I hate to say, Sophie Turner is not an ugly woman whatsoever, but yeah, cosplayers do Lara Croft better. But it's not gonna do the same thing with the frickin'. Well, that's not up to her. That's up to the fans. The people who watch the show. Again, it's not up to her. It'll be up to the fans. There is a chest here that I have not opened. Okay. Sophie Turner has her fans, and those fans will simp for her, are if they if they sexualize her, they sexualize her. She has no control over it. Could it be worse than the Netflix animated show, though? Where they took Haley Atwell, who looks more like Lara Croft than the Lara Croft that they drew and animated for the frickin' show. Yeah, I have no faith in Phoebe Waller-Bridge. None. Yeah, Haley Atwell should have been live action Lara Croft. A lot of the Game of Thrones people, like Sophie Turner, you know, there was a time period where we all thought that what's her face, Khaleesi was going to be the big star coming out of that. I can't remember her name, but we found out real quick that no, she wasn't going to be. Yeah, Amelia Clark. That's right. Amelia Clark. Couldn't think of her name. She was going to be the hottest thing on two legs, and a failed Terminator movie later, and a couple of failed rom-coms, and she didn't pan out. The ending of Game of Thrones didn't do her any favors either. I don't know what they were thinking to do in the show with her, but it damn sure didn't have anything to do with the character arc they built for her, because they abandoned it. They damn near pulled a frickin' hamstring backing off of her. She's like, I'm gonna break the wheel. And everyone's like, yeah, that's right. You're gonna break the wheel. You're gonna be what the people need. And then she turns heel. Harry and the Hendersons with John Lithgow. What a movie. And Jean Reno. Wasn't that Jean Reno in there too? Power does corrupt. But not on a dime like that, you know? The way that they played that heel turn was, there was no telegraphing at all. It is a great movie. Harry and Henderson's great. Jean Reno's not in it. Then who am I thinking of? The guy who kept saying Sasquatch. But yeah, the more we talk about Lara Croft, the more I think she'd... Well, here we are again. Are we talking about current era Lara Croft? Lara Croft? Because that's one, because she hasn't been preserved very well. I mean, honestly speaking, there's only one character that's been preserved and is still as relevant today, if not more so, than he was when he was created, and that's Mario. It's me, Mario! Starting at the left door. Statue. Right side. There we go. Okay, there are some locks in the dungeon we can open. Those... Jeez. He's only been doing the role for 40 freaking years, just about. I'm surprised it's still on. I'm surprised it's still on because I don't know of anybody who still watches it. That's the thing, is that all I hear from people is how tired they are of The Simpsons being on. Yeah, the thing about The Simpsons is that there are certain episodes of that show that if I turn on the TV right now and they're playing some Simpsons stuff and they play one or two episodes, certain episodes, I'll watch them because they're really good. But I never really got into The Simpsons outside of, like I said, the iconic shows, episodes that I remember. I can't remember if I did this in the past or in the present, so we're going to check. The present, because these chests are still here. Yeah, that sucked. I did that. And Hank Azaria is still apologizing for it, which is just so stupid. You don't give those bloodsuckers anything. I agree. But you don't give the bloodsuckers anything, as far as I'm concerned. Nothing here. It'll never be enough. That's 1,000% correct, Grizzled. The mob will always demand more. It did. Well then. Oh, come on. My typing skills have just been the shits lately. Thank you. Oh, I'm glad they did it. Nothing here in this one. That's because they know. They're going to overproduce it. See, the thing about pre-orders is pre-orders used to be a very big deal for that very reason, is that they knew that they needed pre-orders to be able to dictate how many orders they needed to make. You know, if you were only going to sell 20,000 copies, the last thing you want to do is make, you know, 100,000 copies. So that's why pre-orders exist, and why it's important for physical copies. Now, I know that people say pre-orders are bullshit, and you know, you shouldn't ever support companies that way. You know, support the publishers that way. I mean, that's up to you. Okay, nothing here. But they're overproducing it. They do with some games. Although, I think I ordered it on the wrong console. Would I rather have it on the Switch or wherever? You know what? I probably would. There we go. I want to know when they're going to do Tides of Annihilation. When are we going to get a pre-order for that? Because right now we don't have no Tides of Annihilation. We don't even know when it's coming out. It doesn't surprise me, though, that they are going to overproduce that. That's a new game. And He-Man. They haven't even announced when they're doing, when we're getting He-Man. And we know Limited Run's doing it. It's already been announced. Well, are they even going to make physical copies of Tides of Annihilation? I don't even know. Nothing. But that'll be the million-dollar question when it's all said and done. It's how many copies are they think they can sell? How many copies are they gonna produce? Because they want to have stock for the general public as well. Limited Run has changed quite a bit from their initial business. Because they were a strict kind of mail order business kind of thing, where it was you ordered, you got what you ordered, and now it's not that way. It's for limited edition stuff, yeah, but for new stuff that's coming out, like Scott Pilgrim EX, they're going to produce more copies. palace doesn't even have the map, so we can't see. I don't think... I know this is where we got some stuff at the storehouse, but I don't think there's any chests we couldn't open. Yeah. I have a feeling the reason why they haven't started taking He-Man pre-orders is because they're waiting for it so it'll ship as close to launch day as humanly possible. One of the things about limited run that has been criticized, and they deserve it, by the way, they deserve the criticism that they get, is when you pre-order a game through them, like Ninja Turtles Shredder's Revenge. The physical copies of that didn't go out for like 6 to 8 months after the game even launched. You know, so how are you supposed to keep up? How does that even work? You know. So they are. I think they're trying to pad their, get a little better at that. Jedi Survivor, they brought out, I mean, it launched around the same time as the game did. So that's good. I don't think there's anything at Pilgrim's Rest. Okay, nothing there. Definitely what we want, though, is to see, games launching, when they launch, we want the physical copies as well. So, I get the whole thing, but then again, they're probably also looking at the hype for the game, and they're probably watching the movie stuff pretty closely, the He-Man movie that's coming out, to see how much that movie is going to possibly make. So they can produce enough copies then. And yeah, it is a pretty big deal for that. Nothing here. Okay. It's crazy pants. Yeah, I don't even know how this headset charges. There's no cable for it. So I should probably look that up. And try to get it paired to my Switch 2. Nothing here. Must have to come in here and come out on the other side. Yeah. Yeah, the sun is in that perfect spot. In fact, it's at the perfect spot where I need to skedaddle. Let's save our game. Only because I don't trust the PlayStation 5. Getting to that part of the day of the year where the sun is right there. All right, let's mute this and come up here. Yeah, time really did fly. Guys, that's going to do it for me today. Monday is now over. I'll be back tomorrow morning. Now, I might be a little late because I have to make a call to the state. And you don't make a call to the state and it be over in 10 minutes. Probably going to be on the phone for a little bit. But watch my Twitter account. I'll let you know when I start. And we'll go from there. If you have not done so yet, please follow me. Twitch, Twitter, Kick, Rumble. Subscription on YouTube would be great. Please help me grow. Please help me get bigger and better. It's free. And it helps me get better at what I'm doing. Okay? Not asking to spend any money. Skinny Monday. That's right. Tomorrow's Mardi Gras. If you want to spend money, though, and you want to help the channel more directly, check out my merch store over at Fourth Wall. I have stickers. I have water bottles. I have t-shirts. I've got hats. I've got rocks glasses. I've got coffee cups. I've got magnets. I've got all sorts of stuff over there. So go check that out. Anything you buy there goes to help me directly. That's if you want to help the channel directly. But honestly, just help me grow is what I'm really looking for. Okay? Especially on Rumble and on YouTube, especially YouTube. YouTube's my great white whale to get monetized on YouTube. So I'll see everybody tomorrow morning. I want it to be around 9. We will see. But watch my Twitter account. Yes, there is a whiskey t-shirt there. He's being a sweet boy. He's been a sweet boy the last weekend or so. But I'll see everybody tomorrow. Everybody have a great night. Thanks for being here, Outer. Thanks for being here, Alucard. Daylight, Grizzled. Thanks for being here, guys. Love you guys. Have a great rest of your night, and I will see you tomorrow. Thank you.